Hey, there we go. Hey there, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strange Bro Jim. And apparently I'm waiting for my webcam to start up. Yeah, I'll wait. Oh, there it goes. Yay. Thanks, webcam. How's it going there, everybody? Uh, it's time for another coding stream. Now, for those of you that might not be wondering, or, or aren't aware of what's going on, every Sunday I do these coding streams to try to keep my skills up to snuff, as well as work on a project that, well, I've been working on for a while actually, and but it all leads to the eventual, uh, release of the game. But obviously, it's still going to take me some time to get it all done. Okay. Um, I don't have any like major, um, I don't have like a ton of experience when it comes to um, Unity or C Sharp, but I mean that's what these streams are all about, for me to learn. And while I'm learning, maybe I can help you out as well. If you're kind of curious about it all, you know, um, you know, uh, I'll admit that, I might not be the uh, brightest programmer out there in the world, uh, but I'm still willing to, continue the growth, continue the, um, continue learning where I can to, to try to make to make it out there in the industry. So, um, you know, kind of continue to struggle. So, uh, and for those of you that are still kind of struggling out there, I mean, keep going, man. Keep on fighting it. I know it's tough. Uh, trying to find that, entry level job, someplace that's actually willing to kind of keep you on. I know, man. It's not an easy world out there. Um, just keep on doing what you can. Learning as much as you can, and um, do what you like. Do what you like to do. So, um, if programming is what you want, then continue programming. You know, even if you have to take a side job, just to kind of, uh, just to make it, you know, just to live, then do so. I was fortunate enough that, I used up a lot of my savings to, you know, keep moving. So, but, you know, I got lucky again. Got another job coming up tomorrow. Um, but, uh, just know that, well, if you're not aware, if you're coming back, every Sunday or whatnot, obviously this is news. Yes, I do have a new job that is starting tomorrow. That means that my schedule is going to change. Um, I posted an announcement on my Discord so that, um, for any of you that are kind of wondering, that's what my current view is going to be. Now I've had a request for whether or not I can, um, swap games around and, uh, put a game out on, you know, instead of the Wednesday slot, uh, put it on one of the weekend slots. Um, I don't know. My Wednesday slot has always been a Wednesday slot. I haven't changed that in a long time. I mean, I've still played it on uh, on other days when I like might have missed Wednesday, but um, I don't know. I guess it's not so much vested in tradition, but you know, I'll have to. I'm thinking about it. I really am because I don't mind having um, individuals kind of joining me on some of the co-op games that I have or well the playing with viewer games. So um, I'll just have to kind of think about it. So if you're kind of watching this right now, and you were the one that made the request, believe me, I'm thinking about it. Um, so, uh, what is what is on today's docket? If you haven't been keeping track of what I've been doing on GGG, um, we've been really kind of working on a lot of bug fixes, a lot of um, structural uh, fixes to make sure that everything's kind of set up properly, that everything's being accessed where they need to be accessed from. Um, Trying to really work that encapsulation. But at the same time, I don't know how much is that's possible with Unity. It always feels as though um, Unity is kind of it feels like Unity is breaking encapsulation. Um, so probably maybe because Unity isn't necessarily an OOP language. I don't know. Um, I've been most of my training has been under OOP, so object oriented programming. So um, trying to get my mindset around other concepts that kind of feel like they're kind of working against that ideology is still something that's a little foreign to me. Um, trying to trying to work with encapsulation when you don't really need it. You know, you have to kind of be careful a little bit so you don't actually create any kind of like spaghetti code, and that's what I'm worried about really. Um, for anyone that is kind of curious what I mean by spaghetti code, um, way back in the day when programming languages were like first starting out, um, you would have basically one file that had all the code, and you know to kind of get through, excuse me, in order to get through the program, it would basically start from the top and go all the way down. Well, there would be, you know, functions, methods, as we call them nowadays, um, but they weren't their own. They weren't. Um, they did it in such a way where you had uh, typically a keyword that had basically like a section of code, you know, and you would go to that particular section, go through that code, and then you would go to another keyword. And it just created a mix mash of code going all over the place. And that's that, you know, it the coding languages got so convoluted and like that you look back at those old codes and it would just look a mess. It would just be so um, disorganized that um, you wouldn't know where to go to try to fix a problem because um, it could be, you know, millions of lines down from the start and you wouldn't really know where the problem was. So uh, I like the organizational view of object-oriented languages, but I know that um, you don't need to have it to get a program to run. So um, and from what I understand, Unity doesn't necessarily fall in that kind of category. The fact that um, you have certain uh, certain parts of the Unity language requires that you have to have them pretty much, you know, the like the snippets code almost feeling like you have to run them through all classes and the like. So not exactly like encapsulation completely. So that's, you know, I'm still kind of getting my head around that. Um so we're gonna continue working on you know, fixing all the bugs that I have, the errors that I have today, and continue working on the overall structure of GGG so that when I do start working on the pathing, and I'll get there, folks. I might be slow on getting there, but you know, there's a reason why you want to make sure that you have everything kind of organized first, because um, if you go into pathfinding too quickly or whatnot, you're gonna cause yourself some hardship trying to figure out where's the error. You know, what portion of the code is your, you know, like if your, you know, AI agent is running into a wall, is that part of the pathfinding or is that part of the organization that you kind of skimped out on, kind of thing? So, um, you know, you want to make sure that everything is organized properly, or you're just gonna give yourself a lot of hardship, um, you know, as you continue to debug. Um, so that's what's on today's docket for now. Um, uh, last last week we had probably about, you know, like around 8 errors to kind of go through, and some of them were just um, references to objects that, you know, um, that aren't technically there. So I have to fix those. I have to fix those. So um, but yeah, we're gonna be kind of tackling that for the most part. Now, let's see what else is gonna be. I mean, I need to kind of get some music going in my headphones, or they were gonna shut off on me. For some reason, my headphones, if you're not already aware, um, mic output doesn't register for my headphones. It has to receive input for it to stay on. Otherwise, it auto turns off. It's like, okay. Just one of the things that I deal with. But I mean, it's still decent headset, so don't. I'm not complaining too much. That's the only problem that I've had with this. So okay. Everything looks to be in order. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, bud, I have to head off to get some groceries. I'll be back before too long. Sounds good there, Jedi. You have yourself a good time. You know, drive safe and all. See you when you get back. Okay, let's see. Let me get all um, my text mess and my text files up and running here. Hmm. Okay. Got level concept. I got GGG concept. Then let's see scripts. Board manager. There we go. Okay. Looks like we are relatively ready to go. So let's go ahead and get this live. So, today, like I said, we're going to be kind of continuing working on the pathing, or we're working our way towards the overall pathing of the AI agents. So, um, so it's just taking a little bit of time to kind of take care of that. But I want to make sure uh, that I'm handling this properly before I really kind of screw myself over. So, let's see. Um, as you can see, I got Unity loading in the background there. What else? I've already talked about the reasoning behind D star over A star. I've already talked about um, using my own pathfinding versus the Unity pathfinding. Um, you know, uh, although I don't have those videos up on YouTube, so you probably don't really know what I'm talking about if you're just kind of coming in. um, but I mean, if you're curious about it, feel free to ask. I mean, I can always repeat. Um, so, um, so talked quite a bit about um, Fog of War last time. Um, one of the um, one of the parts of pathfinding is, how much knowledge um, does the human player and um, does the computer know? Okay, and uh, as I kind of mentioned it last time, I've often been very um, uh, kind of wondering what the heck is going on with, um, I often look at games that have like you're battling an AI and they know exactly where you are located at, meaning that, you know, um, there's no scouting, when it comes to the AI. Okay. They go, beeline straight for where you're at. Um, they know exactly where, the other mines are on the map. There's no need for them to, um, know, where you touch down in a real-time strategy game. Now, some might look at it and go, well, technically they already know the map, so I mean, but still, it's um, uh, for this game, I'm just going to go ahead and allow for, not only the player to be, you know, if the player wants fog of war, okay, which I'm going to give them that option, okay, um, because some players might not want fog of war on, okay, I'm going to give them that choice. Um, you know, uh, I want to make sure um, that not only does the player have to look around the map, but the enemy and the monsters have to as well. Okay, they're gonna need to, explore the map. Okay, um, they're not gonna. I mean, they'll have a general idea as to where the humans are located because I'm always gonna have, um, I'm always gonna be placing the human city around the center of the map, so that's where the monsters are gonna be going towards. But they're not going to have a direct route there. Okay, they're not going to be like, oh, I know the entire map. I'm going to find the exact route to the human city, and bam, there it goes. You know, um, I want to give the human players a little bit of time before they start losing their, uh, agents to the enemy. So I need to give them some time to actually build up a defense, for example. Because that first level, there and the human players aren't going to have a hunter on that first level. Okay. Um, you know, as I as I mentioned here, you know, uh, in the level concept, um, first couple levels are just going to be, the player kind of getting used to the controls, getting used to gathering resources, setting down barriers, and just kind of general um, uh, exploration of the map. Then we're gonna start throwing in the trappers for the monsters, meaning that they're gonna be putting down um, items that the humans are gonna be like, ooh, I need to go and pick that up. Okay. Um, and then we'll be adding the hunters in and how that they're, you know, how they tackle, you know, the ghouls, the ghosts, the goblins, and so on and so forth as we move along. And obviously, as the difficulty ramps up, the map will expand, pathfinding will be a little bit harder, um, protection will be a little bit harder. Um, the more resources need to be gathered, and um, it'll be um, all we'll see how the game handles as we get further and further along. Now, um, I do have hunters, and they're more. Well, I mean, I have this labeled as hunters, but um, the concept here is that you have hunters that, you know, um, hunters from the ghouls that actually kind of go and try to track down and kill the human hunters. But obviously, I need to give the human hunters a little bit more of an advantage um, over these types. Otherwise, um, the player is going to be feeling like I'm building the game that absolutely hates them, and I don't necessarily want to do that. I want to give them a fighting chance at the very least. So, okay. Hey, the Kaiser, how you doing there, bud? I'm doing pretty good now. I'm doing pretty good. Um, if you've been, uh, keeping track of my Discord, then you probably already know about the good news. So if you haven't, then well, it's all there. All right. Let's go ahead and get into the code here. I gotta get working on these errors so that I can fix them. So what is going on with my? Dealing with a lot of RAM and CPU problems here, and that's a little concerning. Thanks, Kaiser. I appreciate it. Obviously, the Sunday coding streams will continue. Don't plan on changing that anytime soon. But obviously, all the other streams that I do, it's gonna have to kind of go back to their the old, well, the oldish schedule. you know, went from streaming full time to work schedule to stream full time to now work schedule again. Um, so we're gonna be switching back there. Okay, so we have Game Manager up and running. We want to get Agent up and running here. So as let's see. Do you recommend me moving to VS Code or stay at VS 2019? Um, well, personally, I found, well, okay. Obviously, if you're continuing to code in with like C, C++, C Sharp, then you'll probably want to keep with, um, then you'll probably want to keep with the Visual Studio 2019 because its debugging suite is just phenomenal. Um, you can't go wrong with it. Now, I'm not saying that VS Code doesn't do the exact same thing, um, but I just remember Visual Studio 2019 being absolutely fantastic when, or not, well, I just remember Visual Studio in general has always had a really good debugging suite. So, um, the only concern with that though is that um, the you're probably going to be kind of having to you know uh, worry about upgrades and the like. They're probably going to be moving on to another Visual Studio at some point in time, or have the like the payment plan for the Visual Studio or something along those lines. That's what a lot of companies have been kind of going with nowadays. You're basically renting out the software. Um, Not exactly something that I particularly like. I don't like renting out software. Um, but I mean, that's some companies have been kind of going in that general direction. Hey, pay us a monthly fee to continue using and getting updates on the software that you purchased from us. You know, um, it's no longer we'll build a full um, application with very minimal bugs to trying to release it as soon as we can and then fixing all the bugs as we go along mentality. And I mean, it's kind of understandable along those lines, and that they need to keep their workers paid, but still, it's uh it's an interesting shift nowadays. So, um, starting to move to Java. Also going to still be doing C Sharp though. Okay, so um, VS Code and Visual Studio, um, they it might. I mean, it has like extensions for Java, if I remember correctly. Um, but the the IDE that I used in particular for Java was Eclipse. Um, Now, if you just want to kind of use just one single IDE, then you might be able to work with Visual Studio Code with Java, but uh, at least when I worked with Java, it was more everybody was using Eclipse to work on Java itself. So um, if you go to a um, if you're going to say like a job interview, for example, and you know, and you're just kind of starting out on Java, they may, don't get me wrong, I'm probably a little behind the times now. They're probably going to ask you whether or not you have any Eclipse experience. Um, so just bear that in mind that that might be something that they might throw at you along those lines. Okay, because that's the IDE that I used when I was working with Java. You know, but I mean this was several years ago, so I mean times change. Maybe maybe the Java community has been enjoying Visual Studio Code and working with that more often. Maybe they got tired of Eclipse. I don't really know. Um, but in the end, um, you'll have to, you know, just use one that you're kind of comfortable with, and hope that it can still compile and run your code. Um, Otherwise, um, you know, your main objective is to kind of learn the language of Java. So, um, you know, uh, getting to know a particular tool like Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, Eclipse, um, BlueJ. These are all different tools that you can use, and you can always learn how to use a tool. Okay, so um, learning the tools will take you less time than um, learning a language. So, but yeah, I do know Java. That was the main language that I was taught um, in the colleges that I went to. So, um, now obviously there's new frameworks um, that are out there, such as Spring, and I don't have a background in those. Um, So if you come at me and ask me, any information concerning like say Spring, then yeah, I'm not as well versed in that. So, but if you're kind of looking at, what, how to actually uh, build an application in Java, then I can try to help you. So, what is going on with my music? This is getting concerning. Here, let me switch on over to something else here. I need to kind of keep some music going, otherwise my headset, um, shuts down on me. So 1 second while I bring up. I recently got another like radio application so that I can just kind of listen to radio. I haven't set it up with all the music that I like to listen to, so I might be like, alright, we'll skip that song. But I have a friend that says there's a high demand for Java programmers, so he told me it would be good to learn. I mean, that's true. There's quite a bit of demand out there for it. Um, you'll be seeing a lot of. I mean, okay, um, let's face it. No matter what language you go for, you're probably going to find someplace out there that wants those types of programmers. Okay, so C, C++, C Sharp, Java, Python, Ruby on Rails. Um, you're always going to find people out there that or jobs out there that are going to be um, looking for those particular languages. So um, I'm of the mindset of learning as many languages as you possibly can because you don't want to be stuck in one particular language and that's all you know. So um, always be able to kind of expand on um, what you kind of want to do. So okay, where there it is. There we go. There we go. Okay, I should turn this down a little bit. Hmm. Hmm. Can't seem to change the volume on here. That's kind of an unfortunate. Um, it's kind of unfortunate for that particular radio station. So the fact that I can't change the volume there. Now it's getting it's a little too loud here. Hold on. Settings. Hmm. Sorry, it's the music is still. I mean, I have it on the lowest setting on my headphones right at the moment, but it's still feeling like it's a regular volume, and it's kind of it's. I just want it on so that my headset stays on. I don't necessarily need to be hearing it, so um, okay. This is a little too loud for me. Really? There's nothing concerning volume on this. Okay, well, why is everything working against me today? God damn it. Um, yeah, okay, well, I'll just have to kind of deal with it. I kind of need that music going on, and for some odd reason, my YouTube wasn't continuing playing music, so, alright. No, I need that up and running. Okay. So, so, as you can see, I have a number of different, errors, and some of them are, kind of me going, duh. Um, but, um, this has kind of made me, really kind of wonder, this right here has kind of been making me wonder how much, does the agent know about the map? Okay, and um, it's because of that. Um, you know, I had I I modified the hex tag here so that I could include whether or not the human AI agents and the monster AI agents will um, know whether or not that particular tile is been um, whether it's been revealed on the map, the fog of war. So, what game am I working on? I'm working on my own game. Initial concept was given to me by a friend of mine. Oops, excuse me, I gotta sneeze. Okay, sorry about that. Um, so um, I'm gonna be doing a game with multiple different levels. Fighting off the ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. And we start off with, you being the human village. You're going out trying to collect as many resources as you can. Putting up barriers to try to help defend yourself. Um, hiring hunters when they become available to try to fight off the monsters, and building up enough resources um, to move on to the next level. I'm going to be kind of putting a resource gathering goal for them to reach, so that they can basically say, hey, we declared victory, we're moving on to the next level. Um, at least that's the initial concept. Um, I may I may need to change it maybe a little bit. Maybe I need to kind of have the player kind of construct something in as a like maybe building a statue of some kind, maybe to kind of declare victory. Pardon me. Can I see it in action? Not at this time, obviously, seeing that I have some errors to clear up right at the moment, and I want to try to get these fixed um, before I can um, before I can kind of run the game again, obviously. So once these are fixed, then yeah, I'll be able to kind of run it again to and show the board, but obviously I don't have it. I don't have the AI agents kind of walking around yet. I mean, that's the whole purpose of the pathing, the D-star pathing that I'm going to be doing at some point. So once this is done, then yes, I'll be definitely able to uh, show it in current action. Um, but right now I can't. I don't have anything. I mean, the errors are blocking me from running it right now. So let me try to fix these errors first before, so that I can go about doing that. Um, so, um, as I was mentioning, how much does the agent know about the map? Okay. Um, does does each does will each agent know the full map, or will the will the agent have like a copy of the map, you know, kind of given to them, or am I gonna have to, or am I getting the information from outside of agent? Meaning, um, so in terms of encapsulation, okay, the agent shouldn't necessarily know the full map, okay? The agent should only know what it can kind of see, what it can kind of observe around it, okay? That's um, this is standard. It's standard AI logic here. Um, when you're working with artificial intelligence, you want to make sure, if you're working it for on the first time, you can't give a full map to an AI because the map might change on it, um, in real time. So they need to understand that, um, the possibility of the map changing on them, right? So um, so typically you want to kind of separate out the two. Okay, you have the AI on one side and you have the map on the other, kind of thing. Okay, and the AI agent will just be kind of exploring the map to kind of go around and finding what's out there, what's on the map. Okay. Um, but Unity is a little bit of a different beast, it feels like. Um, and that's why I'm kind of curious as to whether or not I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot for trying to, um, when trying to force encapsulation with Unity. I'm not 100% sure on that. So, um, okay. I've kept on mentioning encapsulation. Um, if you're not quite sure what encapsulation is, then let me kind of explain it. Um, let me bring up the definition for you um, so that you can kind of get it. I'm not saying Obviously for those of you that do know what I'm talking about, then obviously you don't need to worry about it. But I mean, for anyone that's like maybe watching this video on say like YouTube later, and you're still not quite sure what I mean by it, then let me bring it up and kind of explain, um, or at least try to. Okay, so encapsulation. So, so, um, so as you can kind of see through here, okay, um, encapsulation is used to hide the values or state of a structured data object inside a class, preventing direct access to them by clients in a way that could expose hidden implementation details or violate state invariants maintained by the methods. Okay, so in a general general speak on this, okay, um, take you for example, take your own body for example, okay. Um, you can walk, you can run, you can speak, you can see, that's all, um, this is all, um, okay, thank you, I don't need to see that. Um, there's, um, different, uh, you can go about and do certain tasks for yourself, but might not be aware of it, how it functions. Okay. Um, you know, you keep on diving deeper and deeper into the human body, and you can eventually kind of figure that out. But it's kind of it's kind of like what encapsulation is kind of in a general concept. Um, I'm speaking, but I don't know how the process of speaking goes through. Obviously, I know this, kind of the science of it now. Um, but I mean, um, there's a lot of steps that kind of go through that process to get a single word, you know, out from the mouth. Okay. There's accessing the vocal cords. There's the brain accessing, the speech, the memory of the word, the pronunciation of said word. There's a lot going on inside in your own body, okay, that, I'm not like tinkering with myself to try to get, to change any one of those particular values, for example, right? Same kind of concept with this, okay? Um, the um, like a car, you know, might have, might call down to chips inside the tires saying, "Hey, how low are you? What's your current tire pressure?" Blah blah blah. Okay, but obviously it's not going to be able to go, "Okay, I need you to increase your tire pressure," or something along those lines, right? It's not able to change what a tire is all about. Okay, you're not going to be able to, well, I mean, currently you're not able to like push a button and suddenly, the tire pressure fluctuates or something along those lines, right? Um, but that's the kind of the concept of what encapsulation is all about. Um, now right now, you know, in the past, I had the agent have um, a general idea of what the of the grid of their locations, um, so that I can get the location positions. But this might be more of a function of the board manager than it is for the agent. Same with same with the hex tiles. Um, you know, uh, you know, I do want to eventually, you know, with the pathing for the agent, the agent is going to need to know, um, they're going to need to figure out, you know, um, well, um, technically the pathing might not necessarily be uh, good for the agent. So I'll be back. Gonna take a shower. Be back in 20 minutes. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. See you when you get back. Um, so, um, let me think about this a little bit here. Um, the, you know, um, the process of the pathing, that's going to be pretty much universal for all of the, um, it's going to be a little bit more, it's going to be kind of universal for all the agents. So, and we're going to be needing to, um, so that might be more, that might need to be put more under the board manager than it does for the agent. Because all we're doing for, um, all we're doing for the agent is just kind of moving them from one tile to another, okay? Um, and seeing that it's pretty much universal for all the agents, and the fact that we're going to need to figure out um, where they need to go on the board itself, then, I mean, if if the agent has, okay, let's let me kind of change this around here a little bit, okay? Just so everybody is understanding where I'm coming from on this. Um, if the agent has no idea about all the other agents that are out there, okay, if they are by themselves, okay, and they are only able to see the map based on what they themselves know, then I would need to have their own copy of a map for each one of those agents directly to for them to kind of explore, right? Um, but that would be a little too much overall in terms of the in terms for the game. Okay. I don't want the player being frustrated when they kind of say, I need everybody to go to this particular location, and you have all these agents starting from the same location and pathing differently. Okay. Based off of, past information that they might have gathered. Okay. Um, they would literally kind of have their own they might have their own path, and they might have added their own path to that particular tile, or their own unique path to that particular tile, trying to find you know their objective. Okay, and that doesn't necessarily work out um, overall, because you're talking about um, creating different paths every single time, and that's not going to fit. That's not going to work. So there has to be some amount of shared information. Okay. Um, so with that amount of shared information, okay, um, the the human agents, or just the agents in general, shouldn't necessarily have um, their own, the layout of the map. Okay, they should be able to kind of get the information, about where, where is the, agent located at, kind of thing. This should all be information that's kind of passed um, into the initial position here. So so it makes me wonder how. Okay, so temp position is passed in, and that's a vector 2 of the um, vector 2 of where the agent is currently located at, but that's different from the, sell the world location, their actual honest to gosh location. So I might need to, um, like I said, this is probably something that I don't really want to do here within agent. Okay, you know, game manager and board manager, they're going to be, referencing each other. Um, these two are going to be pretty much, side by side to kind of work on things. Okay, they're going to know, game manager is going to need to know the border manager, and you know, to kind of get things to work. Okay, but the agent themselves doesn't need to know the board. Okay, they don't need to know the entire board. And with that, they don't need to know the hex tiles. Now, this is going to be a little difficult um, because now we have to um, we're gonna have to have a different we're gonna have to kind of output our path to follow to um, output the path to follow outside of our pathing. Well, I mean, the pathing itself could probably be removed from our agent here. We probably don't need it here. We could probably put that in the board manager. Okay, like I said, the pathing is going to be pretty much universal. Ooh, but at the same time, this might be a little difficult though. Because we don't know what the agent can see. Okay. Um, the hex tile is dependent on whether or not the human or the monster can see it. And so, um, while the board manager might have the pathing and might set the pathing, they might not know the whether or not it's the human or the monster that's kind of trying to do the pathing. Okay, so yeah, let me try to explain this a little bit here. Um, Here, let me pull out um, the grid that I like to use. Okay, why does it keep on? The address perfectly fine, and it just keeps on not running for me. All right. So let's say we have the human path here, okay, and we have the monster path here, right? Let's say we have two different paths, right? That's already been visually seen. Okay, we look at this and we see, these particular tiles have been seen by the human, but they might not have been seen by the monster. Okay. Um, these tiles have been seen by the human, but not the monster, and vice versa. These have been seen by the monster, but not by the human. Okay. So if we go to the board manager and say, hey, I need a path from, say, this point here to that point there, for example, um, how is it going to know whether or not this is a human doing the pathing or a monster doing the pathing? Okay. Um, if it's a monster that, you know, is right there, then it has no clue about this particular path. So it'd have to do a full-on path to try to establish this particular route. Okay, it has no idea what the vision here. Whereas If it was human, then it'd be perfectly fine to go, oh, okay, I just need to kind of follow this path all the way down here and then figure out if these two tiles are, the next steps in the overall path. Okay. Um, but the board manager is not going to really care whether or not who's actually trying to figure out the pathing. Hmm. Now we're at a now we're at a crossroads here. Well, I could probably figure out. Um, I could probably send like a copy of the object that's calling for the pathing to the board manager. So, for example, um, if it's in the set of if it's kind of going through the human code, if it's going through all the worker code, and the worker is saying, "Hey, I need to find the next spot to kind of go to," then maybe I can send that worker, a copy of that worker to the pathing so that it will know, hey, this is a human. We need to, uh, we're going to be modifying the hex tile human visions on this particular map, on this particular pathing. I could do that. I mean, that might be the best course of action. Um, let the board manager kind of handle it because the board manager already has the hex tiles. Okay, board manager is going to have all the hex tiles. It has all that information concerning the board. So, and I can modify the tiles accordingly based off of whether or not it's the humans with a vision or the monsters with a vision. So yeah. Okay, so we're gonna need to kind of change our course on this here. Um, same with this here. Um, let's see. So a lot of this is probably going to need to kind of be moved to our board manager, to be honest. Okay. First thing that I want to do is let's fix the initial position. Okay. If we're going to be removing um, all information concerning the map, okay, all information concerning the board, because the agent isn't gonna know the full-on map, then we're gonna need to remove the grid layout and um, you know the sell the world and the like. So what we're gonna need to do is we're gonna need, I mean, the agent location already is being created by the temp position. So we're just gonna kind of um, so all we need to do is just kind of create this information outside of the initial position for the agent, and then just kind of pass it in for the transform position. And the transform position will obviously update based off of um, based off of, upon movement on the board. Okay, so, um, but I shouldn't necessarily need to see the grid layout for that. So I'll just kind of pass in the information into for the transform position to get that initial location for the agent. So so we're gonna need to look at where I call initial position, which is most likely in Game Manager. So let's go ahead and capture that so that we can look in our Game Manager. Interesting, it's not in Game Manager. Hmm. Did I maybe put it under Board Manager? No. Okay. That's interesting. What's going on here? Spawn human. That's under Board Manager. Let's see. Alright, that gets the locations of where the spawns happen. And then we do the initiate there. Which, let's see, if I remember correctly, the initiate does the is let's see. All right, default init. Right, with default init, that goes to here where we do the initial position. Gotcha. Okay. Um, right, so it's the default init that's being handled by the game manager here. So, sorry about all the for anyone that's kind of watching this and you're like, what the heck is going on here? It's just it's a lot of work that I've done over the years to um, try to figure out the process here. So, a lot of back and forth trying to figure out, what I need to do, how am I going to go about doing it. Some of it is, you know, information like, hey, this might be set up later. Um, sometimes it's just for testing purposes. Like, hey, I want to toggle the harvest before I toggle the walk, so on and so forth, just so I can kind of see the animations. Um, so, um, but um, we're going to need to move. Uh, we're going to need to kind of change this information here. Um, now, this might be something that I need to have a um, this might be something that I might need to kind of put in their own function. Um, so, um, because this information here can be kind of useful for more than just the humans. Okay. If you have code that's repeatable, much along what this is, then you want to kind of, cut it out and move it to a section where you can reuse it over and over and over again. Um, so uh, you can do um, get world position. Just do this for right now. Um, let me go ahead and kind of remove this for right now. Um, let's see, get world position. Let's send agent position into it. Um, we're going to have it return a value, which I want to have the return value for the cell to world. So, um, I want the return value of cell to world. Okay, so it's a vector3 value. Okay, so you want vector3. We're just going to do return there. Um, so we have agent location, which, let's see, which I was using a vector2 for that. Let's see, agent position is still a vector2. Let's verify that here real quick. It's a vector2 int, but that should be fine. There might be a little bit of a problem compiler wise. Maybe it'll give me a warning. But we should be fine with all that. Now, what I want to check is whether or not G layout is already something that has already been established. So it's not. So I might be seeing a little bit of an error along those lines. So yeah, let's see. Board manager, nothing there. Let's see. Do I even have a grid layout of some kind here at all? It's not looking like I do. Hmm, interesting. Hmm. I see. So this is gonna be interesting because now I'm looking at this and going, okay, where I'm using grid layout with agent to try to figure out, um, where um, where a particular agent is located based off of the cell that the agent is on. Okay, I have the cells being pretty much established for the most part. Um, the tiles being placed in a cell, and those cells have a particular position in the world, and then we can figure out the center version, the center location of that particular cell, and kind of pass that on, to the pass that on to, you know, here, for example, to get to get their transform position set. Um, but I'm not referencing a grid layout in Board Manager, so I'm wondering now, how am I how am I adding to the grid? Sorry, folks. I'm going back into the past here and trying to remember how exactly did I set up the board. If I'm if I'm not using grid layout at all, how did I place the tiles inside the grid? I mean, right now we're using in maze to kind of add tiles. But if I remember correctly, in maze was just um, a collection. So, it's a list of the tiles and the like. Hmm. Yeah, we have tile maps, which are hmm. Yeah, we were adding tiles to the base tile holder and the resource tile holder. Um, so set tile parent, right? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Gonna need to figure out where I'm gonna have to remember exactly what grid layout is in regards to the tile map here. So, 1 second while I look up these details here. Um, so Unity 3D grid layout. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Let's look up tile map now. when you create a tile map, the grid component is automatically parented to the tile map and acts as a guide when you lay out tiles in the tile map. Okay, so right. So when you create the tile map, the grid and the grid layout um, is pretty much constructed along with it. So that's the reason why I have the possibility of the grid layout, because it's you know um, it's kind of part of the overall um, implements the interface grid layout. So um, so technically I don't even need to be using the keywords of grid layout. I can just use grid to um, to access the functions that I need to access. So um, so I could just kind of do grid here, for example, and it would basically be the exact same thing. Um, so um, now I don't know if this is going to be um, I don't think this is going to be the correct call, especially here in the game manager to get the grid layout. Um, um, let's see. And to be honest, I might not necessarily need. And we already have the tile map. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I have a funny feeling that I don't necessarily need all of this to get the components and parent there. Um, I was using it here, but like I mentioned before, I most likely don't need this anymore. That's not something that I want to have with an agent. So, but do I need to actually have the grid layout? Come on, public. Do I actually need it with the board manager though? Hmm. I mean, it might be. it might be handy, just to kind of have be able to just kind of reference it from time to time. But, and I don't need grid layout. I can just put down grid and that'll work just as well. Or at least it should. Seeing that grid um, is being is calling from the interface of grid layout. So um, hmm, let's see. Now, let me look on here for a second here because there might be. Um, let me look on Unity here. Look under the board manager, um, and see if it actually is referencing grid within the board manager. And it should. So if that's the case, then I probably just need to just um, you know, call its child, and I can probably just kind of set that up as the reference value of grid, G layout, and then I can kind of reference that for getting um, the cells to world, and then I can kind of pass that information into the agent for its transform position, and we should be good on that line. Okay, and then we don't necessarily need to worry about sending information concerning the hex tiles in either. So gotta love code and redesign, doesn't it? uh, a lot of these details I um, probably would have figured out through like maybe other tutorials or something along those lines. Maybe I was just kind of messing up based off of, just having one tutorial example under my belt when it comes to Unity. So I'm probably screwing myself up. I was probably screwing myself up a lot because I was using the old roguelike 2D to try to, you know, have the experience, but there wasn't any other tutorials at the time. They recently brought out some new tutorials, which is great, but I mean, I'd already been starting on GGG by that point, so um, but I mean, there was other individuals, other YouTubers that had brought out their own versions of um, tile-based games, so probably would have done myself a favor if I had kind of studied up on their process, you know. But sometimes the sometimes the YouTubers don't show um, their step-by-step process through it all. They can kind of they show like um, they cut out all of the extra details kind of thing of how they kind of work through the process. They only show you the end results. So sometimes, understanding the pain, understanding the failures that you're experiencing, um, that gives you a little bit of the learning process. So um, this is this is definitely a learning process because I'm causing myself a lot of failures. But I mean, it's good. Okay, don't don't beat yourself up. For those of you out there that are like, going, oh my God, I'm getting so many errors. Learn from it. It's there to teach you. Every failure that you have will be a means for you to learn from it, so you might not make that same error again later. Okay, don't beat yourself up for those. Okay, um, learn why you got those errors, and then maybe next time you won't have them. You'll know, oh, wait, no, I I can't write it this way. I need to write it that way so that it'll work properly. So, okay. Um, let us look at the. Let's see, we have the game manager, the game board there. Right, we do have a grid here. I mean, it makes sense because, I'm using a tile map on this. So, I have each of the tile maps here for the grid. Okay, so each of my tile maps that I'm using for the base as well as the resources, they have their own unique grid to them. Ooh. Hmm. Okay, this is gonna be hmm. This is gonna be a little tricky here because which grid do I use? I mean, actually, no, no, no. I don't. I gotta be careful here. So the the tile map render, the um the resource tile holder. Okay, my tile map for the resources that I'm going to be placed on there. While it will have some tiles with resources on them, it won't have all the tiles being placed. Base tile holder, however, has all the positions that we have, all the tiles that we have. Okay, this tile map has, the grid that we want. Okay, because that's going to be kind of containing all of our map. Okay, it's going to be, the overall position of all of our tiles. So therefore, um, we kind of want to use the grid layout for the base tile holder for the overall positioning and the like. So, with that in mind, um, let's see. Where, if I want a copy of the grid layout, where shall I place where shall I put the initialization of it? Probably under awake, I would imagine. Probably. So, the question is, right now I have resource resource tile holder being getting information for the getting the component, but I'm not doing it for the base tile holder. Why is that? Why was I not getting the get component and children for the base tile holder here in Awake? Hmm. Okay, let me make sure. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, this is under game manager, but I'm not using it whatsoever. I mean, technically I haven't really had the need for it too much, but is there a reason why I was having difficulty trying to get the component tile map from the board? So if I was to kind of copy this, for example, swap this out for base tile holder, and I set this to 1, seeing that, it should be the second tile map under GGG board. And then I should be able to reference base tile holder and its grid, maybe. At least that's what I believe. I could be wrong on this, but so if I have the base tile holder and its particular component, then we should be able to get the grid layout from the base tile holder. So grid layout is going to be equal to base tile holder. Um, let's see, get component and children. Let's see if we can actually do that. So, for anyone that's kind of curious, now the gig components is multiple. That's why you typically have the array on there, and seeing that there's multiple tile maps under um, the board manager component there, then obviously I'm going to need to kind of reference it different times based off of how many tile maps I have going within Unity. Okay, I have two different tile maps, one for the resources that the agents are going to be running into, and then the regular overall map of the full-on board. So, um, so that's my thinking right now, which could be wrong. I'll admit I could be wrong on this. Um, that's what I'm doing here. I'm getting the multiple components in children for tile maps, you know, accessing the first component and accessing the second component. Is that correct? I don't know. I believe that it is, but again, I could be wrong. Um, and then um, the there's a component, you know, inspector component, a grid within the tile baseboard, you know, or my base tile holder, you know, there should be a grid component within this within my tile map that I can set for the grid layout. That's my thinking. Again, I could be wrong on this. And from there, I can then use that um, in the function down below here. Um, I don't need this. I don't need that. Um, so um, we're using cell to world to get the agent location, or to get the vector 3 of that particular location of the agent. Now the reason why I'm putting it in there its own function here is because this can be used by not only humans but monsters as well. Okay, they're trying to get where they are located within the grid. Okay, we have their transform position, but that might not necessarily relate to their position on the cells themselves. Okay, so um, and then we're going to get the return value of vector 3, pass that into the default init, which we can then go here to the human. We're going to need to add a new value in here, vector 3, and we're going to say that this is um, uh, we'll go ahead and just kind of say the transform position, and then we'll pass that in to the initial position. See, the transform position is going to be pretty much universal for all the agents. So I don't necessarily need to use this per se inside the human, but I do need to send it onto the initial position with an agent here so that I can set the transform position. 3. And then, um, I can then just go, okay, well, um, you know, transform position is equal to transposition. Oop, there we go. So that should be okay. Maybe. Might be a little ugly for some veterans out there, possibly. I don't know. Um, we'll have to. I mean, it'll work for now. If I may need to do some additional cleanup later. Okay, but for now, it'll have to do. Um, I mean, let's face it, I have a lot of commented out code here, and I'm most likely going to need to kind of remove that because it's no longer needed anymore. Okay, I might be looking at that and going, yeah, yeah, this is old, old code that is something that I was like, yeah, no, I didn't really need that before, but it's just a matter of, hey, um, here was my mistake prior, you know, like for example, um, you know, here I was getting, on validate here, getting the components from children here. Interesting. Why am I doing this twice then? Uh, wait, hold on. Hmm. Hmm. Once again, I'm questioning on whether or not I'm absolutely in need of these now. Technically, board manager is the one that should be kind of in charge of those values. So why should I have the game manager referencing them? But uh, maybe I did it for a reason when I first made this. Um, you know, technically, I shouldn't necessarily need to worry about it. Board manager should be the one that is in charge of the different tile maps and the like. So I probably don't really need it altogether, but I don't know. We'll see. Um, again, you know, uh, as I as I continue along my path of learning Unity 3D, I'm probably going to be making mistakes along the way, and that's okay. If someone comes along and says, "Hey, Jim, no, you don't really need this here," then I'm all ears. Let me know if I'm kind of creating a problem here. Okay. Um, I'm okay with someone kind of stepping in and saying, "Hey, Jim, no, you're making a mistake here. You're gonna need to kind of do it this other way in order to get this to kind of work correctly." Okay. I'm always open to hearing, more professionals kind of stepping in and saying, "You're gonna need to kind of change this around to get this to work properly." But then again, professional stepping in right in the, middle of all the code, they're probably going to be like looking at me going, "Why did you do it this way? Why did you do it that way?" So, and believe me, um, I remember trying to work on a particular coding project 1 year in college, um, where we were told that we had to modify an open source project that had no more support. Everybody everybody on that one particular project had kind of moved on to other projects. There was no more updates for it. No one had touched it in years. It was like 3 years since anyone had touched that particular project at all. Um, so when we were told that we needed to add additional features on that open source project, we were like, what? You're talking about a project that is pretty much dead. There's no one talking about it anymore, and it has millions of lines of code and almost no documentation, no notes, no information about, um, you know, what function was, you know, um, there was no, uh, there was no like structure notes, there was no documentation notes, there was no um, Java docs, or at least good ones for the project itself. So we were pretty much going into that project completely blind. And our professor was like, "Yeah, you need to add some additional um, functionality to that open source project." We were like, "Yeah, okay." Um, the um, you know, you know, the it was like we were kind of doing a multi-team project kind of thing. We had the professor saying, "Hey, you need to create um, a code formatter for one of the IDEs that he was using in for a friend of his teaching code in a community college." And the the IDE had no code formatting whatsoever. Why that particular professor insisted upon that particular IDE over something else that had one already kind of built in, I don't really know. Okay, don't ask me. Okay, but that's what the one professor wanted. So so our professor was like, okay, we're gonna do this for him. And we're like, okay. Uh, so we were charged with the idea of we're gonna design the code formatter, build up the concept, build up the structure, create the UML for it all, then just give like the overall design of how to actually, uh, build a code formatter. And then the quarter after, we were tasked with actually building that code formatter to work with that particular IDE. That was at least that was the initial concept of the class of the two classes. Okay, um, initial class was just kind of figuring out ways of incorporating different, um, uh, you know, different coding or uh, different software, um, um, different software tools, kind of combining different software tools to kind of create a larger project overall. Okay. Um, and so we were like, yeah, we're gonna need to, have some kind of parsing. We'll use Ant over here to kind of handle all this. We were figuring, okay, we need to do this, we need to do that in order to kind of get it all together into one, one kind of, application that we can integrate into the IDE. And one of the teams unfortunately found the code parser already built on SourceForge and said, "Hey, here's this project that we found, and we can automatically integrate it into the IDE. Bam, we're done." The professor loved it. He was like, "This is fantastic. I love every single last little detail of this. So I want every single last group to drop what you're doing, you know, all the work that you did on researching and trying to figure out, different ways of trying to, parse out the code and research, what kind of projects and, tools that you kind of wanted to do in order to, get this code formatter to work properly. Yeah, you're going to dump all that. And I want you to show me that you can actually integrate, you know, uh, this SourceForge project into the IDE. Okay, now that you've proven to me that you can actually go about doing that, um, technically we don't really have anything left to do for this quarter. Basically, because it was done in his uh, for him. There was no there was no need to do any kind of additional research because it was done. All that we've done, no more to do. We're like going, but all this work that we were doing, what what about all this? And he's like, yeah, no, you don't need it, you don't want it. It's like, but I kind of wanted to do all that. He's like, nope, don't worry about it. You're gonna be doing this now. I'm like, okay, sure. The team that actually found that project on SourceForge, they continues, after that happened, after everybody's projects were pretty much trashed, and we were basically tasked with trying to revamp the 3-year-old SourceForge dead code to the code formatter for BlueJ. Um, they were apologizing up one side and down the other, and I felt sorry for the guys. I really did because um, there's quite a few of us that were kind of irritated that the professor said, hey, drop everything and do this. There was no there was no flexibility to it. There was no, hey, we're doing uh, we were we were using fairly unique tools that I had never even heard of before that particular class, and I was really interested in trying to use them, into kind of researching them and figuring out the process of how it went about actually parsing out text, you know, um, and the I was really wanting to kind of dive into how the process of formatting out code, what you make on your code, your text box, your text box, um, your your standard text, um, you know, uh, your standard text file and formatting it into something that is a lot more readable. I was really interested in trying to dive deep on that to try to learn what the process of it was. But because of the professor saying, nah, scrap all that, that's all gone. So it was really kind of unfortunate. in my particular opinion, because it was um, the professor was looking more for results than the process, and um, uh, he is regarded as one of the worst professors, in my particular opinion, that I had in my college career. I tried a lot because he caused so many problems for me when I was at college. Just trying to it felt like I was doing a lot more work than what was really required for the classes that I was in with him. Um, and he put more pressure. Because he put more work on our shoulders. um, it made the other classes that much more difficult because I was putting more hours into the classes that I had with him, which I had three classes with him. you know, uh, two in one quarter and another in and then the second class, and there wasn't any way for me to drop out of that one class uh, because I had to have it in succession. You know, they wasn't they weren't going to allow for me to you know swap one professor in the first quarter uh, to or I couldn't switch from his instructions in the first quarter kind of thing to a different professor in the second quarter, because obviously it doesn't really work that way. You had the design in the first quarter and you had the construction in the second quarter. So uh, oh well. Sorry, sorry about the side derailment on that one. Um, so yeah, we uh, might not need these, but I don't really know. Maybe I'm using them just for ease of use or something along those lines. Much like how I'm doing grid layout here. Um, okay, so I'm hoping that this will kind of work out for the most part. Um, I'm seeing a lot more errors popping up right at this point, so I'm probably having a few more issues. As you can see here, 17 errors. um, a lot more than the 8 that I had before. So, but I've been doing a lot of changing around here. So, um, okay. Pathing and test pathing. Um, probably needs to be removed from agent as well. Um, where would I put that under? Probably under game manager. Yeah, probably under game manager. Because for pathing, you're gonna need to know resources. You're gonna need to know where the monsters are. You're gonna need to know where the barriers are. So board manager doesn't have all that information. Okay, and neither should the agents either. Um, because resources, barriers, and monsters are going to be basically impassable objects. A human's going to look at all three of those and go, "Hey, I'm not going to head in that general direction," right? Um, so, um, so yeah. Okay. Um, hmm. So I'm gonna go ahead and take all this. Hmm. Let's see. What I probably want to do is probably take determine destination is something that I'll need to. I'm getting player information from, so but getting the next location, getting the path, and testing out the path, that's probably gonna all need to be. Um, let's go ahead and put that all under the game manager here. Let me put this all down on the bottom here so that I can easily find it. Um, okay. So this is going to cause a lot of errors um, because I'm removing a lot of information from agent here. Um, information that shouldn't necessarily remain there anyway. So now, now I do want to keep. I do want to keep the hex path for the agent because they're going to be having their own unique pathing. Um, whenever they generate a new path, I'm going to need to kind of send it into the agent for them to kind of maintain, or that um, they're going to need to keep. So if I'm not mistaken, I do have them. I do not have it as a setter yet. Okay, let me go ahead and do that right now. There we go. So now, um, in the game manager, when we're doing the pathing for one of the agents, we can then set the path to follow for that one particular agent within the game manager without too much difficulty. Okay. Um, so the the only the only problem with this though is that for pathing I don't know. Um, I'm gonna have to be really kind of careful with the um, I need to kind of keep it um, as flexible as I possibly can. Okay. Um, oh, but this becomes a little bit more. This gets a little bit more interesting though because so originally um, so I didn't want the ghouls, ghosts, and goblins to be pretty much cookie cutters of cookie cutters for themselves. I wanted them to have their own unique um, abilities to them. Okay. Um, so um, otherwise, I might as well just kind of create one monster and that's it. Okay. And you know, uh, the sure, I'm increasing the size of the map, and sure, I'm increasing the amount, but I mean, where's the fun in that? Okay. So I wanted to create unique abilities that each one of the monsters had that made them a little bit more, that kind of changed up um, how the player is going to handle each of the monsters. Okay. They had to, you know, uh, the player's going to have to kind of do things a little bit differently based off the monster to try to um, survive the fights that they're going to be facing off against them. Okay. Um, so, with that being said, okay, um, take Ghost for example. Okay. Um, I have in my mind, which it's gonna be a little bit difficult um, trying to kind of set it up perfectly. The idea was that when um, when ghosts are kind of moving across the map, they, I'm setting them up to have the ability to kind of go through certain resources, or through they'll be able to kind of go through, say, the forest resource without impediment, without any kind of, well, I mean, they'll be kind of slowed down. I'm going to kind of slow them down as they kind of go through the forest. Um, but I mean, if there's like a wall and they're trying to get from one side of the wall over here to the other side of the wall, okay, then a ghost, instead of walking all the way around to get there, ghost might be able to kind of go straight through the forest to get to its destination. Okay, that was my initial idea on that. So their pathing is going to be a little bit more unique in what they can and can't do. So putting the pathing inside the game manager, while it's good for me in the fact that I'm not having to put like, you know, um, I'm not giving like the full board to the agent to be viewable. I'm kind of removing the ability to kind of keep them fairly, their pathing fairly unique to each other. I'm gonna cause myself a little bit more hardship in the pathing. um, when I'm doing the D star to from one location to another, say like, the ghost will have a little bit more flexibility on moving around the map. Um, so, oh boy. Hmm. How am I going to go about doing this? Maybe I need to create something that is um, kind of mixture of both, like create a class that, can take in both elements into it. Obviously it's going to be like a private class, but I can make the I can make an object of it, and then when the call for a path is necessary, then I can bring in the board and the agent uniquely into that particular class you know, to generate the path for them, for that unique agent. Hmm. Or am I doing this a little too much? Am I thinking about this a little too much? Um, hmm. Am I causing myself to have a little too many problems here? Hmm. There are times where I kind of wish that I had a partner with me um, on Unity 3D so that I can kind of talk with that particular individual like a mentor. But obviously, if for me to kind of learn the process, I'm going to need to, um, I need to kind of figure out the steps to take to kind of get through it all. So I don't necessarily want to. I don't want, you know, um, in order for me to learn, I'm going to need to kind of do the work. If someone's just kind of doing all the work for me, then I don't necessarily learn from that. So, um, so that's the reason why I haven't really, um, you know, when I move on to like, say like the second project or the third project or something like that, I'm probably going to be looking for like additional programmers to kind of come on in because by that point in time, I'll have, you know, more of an understanding in Unity, all the things that I've kind of tackled in this very first project. I'll be able to kind of contribute a little bit more um, in that second and third project. Um, but I don't necessarily want like a veteran coming in on the first project and going, okay, we're gonna we're gonna scrap all this and we're gonna do it this way. Here's the code. And like, I have had that happen to me once before. Um, I had a project. It was just me and another teammate, and I kept on talking with him. Or I kept on emailing him saying, "Hey, we need to sit down and do this project. We need to sit down and do this project. When can we sit down and do this project? Hello, get back to me. We're losing time here." You know, and like the day before it was turned in, or the day before it needed to be turned in, he contacted me back and finally contacted me back and said, "Yeah, I just did it, or I just finished it." I'm like, "Wait, what?" And I took one look at it, and it wasn't readable. It was overloaded up one side and down the other. I I felt like my eyes bled just trying to even look at the code on it. Um, I don't know if there used to be um, there used to be a piece of code out there um, that was programming uh, bottles of beer, 99 bottles of beer on the wall. Um, and um, it was overloaded um, um, in the shape of a bottle. I remember seeing, um, I remember seeing, that kind of um, someone had actually built the, overloaded, um, piece of code that, did the 99 bottles of beer on the wall, but they did it in such a way where its shape was a bottle at one point in time. I don't know what happened to it. It's been a long time since I've taken a look at it, or I saw it. It was quite a long time ago, so I lost track of it. Um, but um, it was it was kind of an amazing feat that someone was able to kind of go about creating you know code that literally looked like a bottle. You can run it and it did. Oh, here it is. There it is. Bottles of beer on the wall. So, um, and this is runnable. You can compile this and run this. And it will give you the whole 99 bottles of beer on the wall. Um, but um, this this is very similar to what I swear my coding partner had, or at least it definitely felt like it. I took one look at this kind of code and I'm like, what the hell did you do? Because the project itself was um, basically like 15 parts. Okay, you do part one, then you build on part one to build part two, and so on and so forth. Part two to part three to part four to part five. I took one look at his code that was very, very much like this, and I was like, I can't. What the hell did you do? How are we going to build off of this to build part two? You know, not only did you try to do this by yourself, you didn't include any kind of input from me whatsoever on it, and you didn't even want to work with me on this particular project, and you create a mess like this when we know that you're gonna have to build on top of it to get to part two. I was like, no, no, fam, I gotta bounce on that one. I gotta get out of here because if you're doing this by yourself, you know, Um, and completely leaving me out of it, then yeah, I don't even want to bother. You know, I went to the professor. I'm like, hey, I don't want anything to do with this guy anymore. You know, I wanted to kind of work with him. When I sat down with him, I kind of approached him, and I knew that he could code. I was in similar classes with him, but never like on a coding team or anything along those lines. So I mean, I was in classes with him, so I knew that he could code. But when he pulled crap like this off on me, I was like, oh no, no, sorry. I kept on trying to wanting to work with you on getting the project done, and you just kind of pulled this off on me. Yeah, I can't support this. I don't want to have this happen to me again. You know, you know. Um, he said that the code worked. I was like, that's great. That's great. You're gonna have to reform it to handle part two, which you have no clue of what he's gonna throw at us. you know. Uh, so from what I understand, he had to rewrite part one himself. I I I wrote my version of part one. You know. Uh, that was such an unfortunate quarter. Um, because I was also dealing with one of the like hardest classes in the programming. Not not this particular class that I was kind of dealing with. I mean, obviously, we didn't do 99 bottles of beer on the wall. I was just kind of showing this as an example of, you know, the non-readability that I had with what it gave me. Um, um, well, I mean, I could take time to try to, go through this all and, describe everything that's kind of happening here because all of it, all this really is, for the most part, is just, um, doing some formatting to kind of make sure that everything kind of, um, um, organized for whatever I need kind of thing. Um, but, you know, at that particular moment in time, I had not only, the class, the one class that I was kind of dealing with, but I had another class. The other class was basically deemed by the entire computer science, um, uh, well, pretty much department as a whole, as like one of the hardest classes that a student could get through. So, two programming courses, one of which was the toughest. Yeah, that was a rough quarter. That was a rough quarter. So, um, I mean, if anyone wants to see, that particular 99 bottles of beer on the wall and, look and study it, go right ahead. And it's apparently here it is, on the rosettacode.org wiki 99 bottles of beer. Um, but yeah, I don't necessarily need to worry about it. I was just kind of showing an example of uh, readability. Okay. Yeah, as a programmer, you're probably going to be faced with, some code that is just downright unreadable. Okay. Some programmer might be like, I'm using my big brain to overload everything and blah, 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 here we go. And they don't put any kind of comments in their code whatsoever to explain why they did it that way. So you are taking the time out to try to figure out what they did. So, um, so yeah, it's fun at times. It's fun at times. Um, but I mean, if you understand the code well enough, then it shouldn't take too long. But sometimes mm, don't go too extravagant on on trying to save a line of code. Okay. Um, example. Let me provide another example. Okay. Um, so for anyone that knows coding, okay, you have the if-else statements, right? Which is pretty much standard for any kind of um, any kind of code that you will see. You will see something that is, if else, so on and so forth. Okay. That's pretty much standard in any kind of language are that you deal with nowadays. Okay, you have the if else, right? Well, there is an operator that you can do, okay, that is a little that is similar in functionality as the if else. It does pretty much the exact same thing, but instead of um, what is it? Right here it's showing about 6 lines of code. You can pretty much do it in 1 line of code. Okay, and if anyone knows what I'm talking about, you know about the ternary condition operator. Um, now, uh, it's very much like the if-else statement. Okay, meaning that um, if expression number one is true, um, then if expression number one is true, then you go with expression number two. If expression one is false, then you go with expression three. It's exactly the same as an if else statement. If expression one, then do expression two. Else, do expression three, and then you get the return value kind of thing. So exactly the same as an if else statement. Problem is that this is a little bit harder to read if you're not experienced with it. You know, um, let's see that I see an image right here, which is pretty much the what I was kind of talking about. Let me see if um, here we are. You know, if condition is true, execute block one. Else, execute block two. That's your ternary conditional operator. So if you have a fairly large block in, say, block one and or block two, then your ternary conditional operator, while it would still work, you know, your let me kind of break it down here. So if you say, hey, you know, conditional one, or let me kind of put it as two kind of thing. Um, you know, uh, if you do it such a way like, hey, here's, you know, block one of code, block two of code. I mean, you can do something like that if you really wanted to. You know, it'll still be correct. The compiler isn't gonna know. It'll look at that and go, oh yeah, that's one single line of code. Now, you could be a total masochist and um, or not maybe not even a masochist, more of a sadist, and you can put this all on one single line if you really wanted to. You know, uh, you could do something like line one, line two, line three, line four, so on and so forth. Into this particular block. And you can do the exact same thing here for block one as well. You know, so how readable is that? Not too much. So, um, so you know, don't be afraid um, to keep things a little bit simpler at times. Okay. The whole idea of KISS or keep it simple, stupid, um, applies at times. Okay. Um, for example, you do something like this for your application, right? You know, hey, I'm gonna do this for GGG, for example, right? And you do conditional turn operator. Here's multiple lines, blah blah blah. Great, right? I send GGG out. Okay, I move on to another project. Do that for a year or two. You know, create another project, do that for a year or two, and then I think I haven't done anything with GGG in what, 4 years, 5 years, you know. Um, so I decide, hey, maybe I'll do a version two. Okay, I'll let me look back at my old code for GGG and see what I did. This after kind of getting a little bit more experience under my belt, learning, the what to do and what not to do. And then I see this with no comments. And I'm going to be looking at that and going, what the heck did I do? you know, I'm going to be I'm going to be looking at it and going, where does it begin and where does it end? What's going on here? What am I doing here? How's this functioning? What's the process going here? You know, so just be careful when if you're a programmer, okay, and you want to try to do like overloading or turn conditional operators or something along those lines, recommend trying to keep it fairly simple. Okay, don't um, you know if you want to do something like this, like a turn conditional operator, put some comments in there. Okay, because if you come back to this like 5 years later in the future and you're like, you know, and you look at this and go and you start questioning what the heck that you did, those comments are probably going to save yourself some hardship later on. So, um, you know, a little bit of programming tips there for anyone that's like fairly new to programming. You know, so you know, generic conditional operator can be handy at times. Especially if you just have like one line of code for the if statement and the else statement. It would be pretty simple. Like you know x equals to 1, x is equal to 2, or something simple like that. Okay, ternary operator could be perfectly reasonable to use, but it can also be really uh, it can make a programmer size split too, depending on how large your execution of the blocks are. So if you're talking in like 20 or 30 lines of code in the block, maybe not consider a ternary conditional operator. Maybe. you know, readability is something that you have to consider uh, when you're writing something. So when you're writing that code, so you have to kind of look at your own code and go, can I read this 5 years from now? If you can't, or if you're having trouble reading it right now, well, 5 years from now, you might be looking at that and going, what the hell was I thinking? So, um, okay. Um, Sorry about that little sidetrack there. Okay. Okay. So how am I going to do this? How am I going to tackle um, how am I going to kind of tackle this pathing a little bit more? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I'm going to need to. Let's see. Let's see. Hex path. No, hex path. um, I'll just use the same name there. Um, then okay. Hmm. So how am I gonna go about doing this here? You see, um, seeing each of the agents could have a different possibility for a path. They might kind of view, one path over another. Um, I'm I'm looking at this. I'm I'm causing myself a little bit more hardship here. I'm gonna cause myself a little bit more pain in this because now, um, you know, um, for pathing here, I'm not, um, I don't know the agent type here in the game manager. So here, let me try to explain this here. Okay, I could do something like, hey, I have a human, I have a ghoul, I have a ghost, and I have a goblin. All possible objects that I could probably bring in. Okay, uh, you know, type goblin. Okay, for example. Okay, I could have this in here trying to get the path for that particular object, but it might not be the right one that I'm in need of, right? Um, Say like for example, I'm working on the humans pathing right at the moment in time. So why would I need a goblin type coming into the pathing algorithm here, for the human, right? Why have these other objects in here when I have the human to kind of work on, right? Well, if I was to do something as simple as say, hey, it's just a simple agent, of type agent, okay? I could do something along those lines. But now I get into the problem of, well, what happens um, when we experience ghosts, for example, could have a different path than the other agents that are out there. Okay, they might decide on a um, like I think I talked about how goblins want to run down a particular path. Like they may see a straight path and go, I want to run down that path because it's nice and straight for me. You know, I can just keep on running down in this particular direction until I hit a barrier. I could do something along those lines. So that changes up the D star for those particular agents, right? It's no longer considering, um, and for the terms of the ghost, it's no longer considering the walls as an obstacle. Okay, for example. Okay. For the goblins, it sees a straight path, you know, um, it might be looking at, um, you know, it might see a straight path and go straight down that particular path, even though it might have needed to actually turn at that particular juncture, you know. Now, obviously, I'll have to kind of, give the goblin um, the the idea that, hey, you might need to stop at this particular point in time. Otherwise I'm gonna have goblins kind of running back and forth trying to get to a point where they can kind of move on down. Um, for example, I'm gonna have like 10 or 20 zombie and 10 or 20 goblins kind of running back and forth here. Just having one trying to figure out how to actually go down. Okay. Um, so that might be an interesting uh, that might be interesting for me to kind of deal with if that's how I want to go about doing it. Okay. I may put in code where it's like, hey, at 10% of the time they're gonna run in a straight line until they slam into something. I might do that. I don't know. Um, I don't know. That's gonna be more of game balance than anything else. Okay. I do want to try to have these monsters somewhat unique. So, um, but the that's the problem with the pathing here. A ghost agent's path is going to be, like if I compare the ghost path with a human path, they're going to be slightly different from each other. Okay, because the ghost might decide that it wants to kind of go through a wall to get to the other side instead of having to kind of walk all the way around. Okay. Now that might not be that effective, um, early, um, in the first couple levels because the maps are going to be fairly small. So, um, but you know, um, but let's say you have, um, let's say you have a wall right here. This right here is a wall. Okay, and you have the ghost that's like right there, and the human city is like right there, for example, right? Well, instead of going one, two, three, four, five, six just to get to the human city, okay, it may decide that cutting through the forest here to get to, either one of these two spots, for example, might be the better option. Okay, so, you know, obviously the amount of time that it takes to go through the forest is going to be like double the amount of time to say like walking in the plains. So like it will take that long to even get through one particular forest. But if they can get to like say there by the time it would normally take to get there for say like a human, then that would be a good shortcut, right? But that changes up how to handle pathing here. So um, that's why I'm looking at it and I'm like going, okay, how am I going to go about doing this? Hmm, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure how to kind of tackle this particular or unique problem. The the initial thought line that I had, my initial thought line was that I would have a default pathing here on agent that, just anyone could kind of use, okay, especially if they just have, like, um, you know, they don't have anything like majorly unique to them. Um, like the humans, for example. The humans and the ghouls will probably have pretty much the same kind of pathing. Okay, they're gonna pretty much do the same kind of pathing overall. Okay, it's the ghosts and the ghouls that might have unique um, pathing overall, right? Um, so the initial idea was to kind of have, like a general, you know, um, abstract function that can be kind of, um, overloaded or overridden um, by the ghosts and goblins, for example. They can just kind of take the pathing and kind of change it for itself, for themselves. But once again, that deals with the hex tiles and the overall map and the like. So that's why I'm kind of wondering about this. Unless I can. I mean, I could probably do something like maybe a switch statement. Say like, in the while loop here, I can just kind of do, switch. Um, you know, I can do something like type agent, um, if it's, a case of like, well, I don't know if the C sharp has something like it, but type of human or something along those lines, then we could have, you know, uh, a particular, um, I could probably do, something along the lines of that, where, I can kind of have a unique um, type of agent, you know, and I can have their process of how they would handle, um, running into a particular block a little bit differently. Hmm, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know if that's a possibility, and I don't know if that's gonna cause myself a little bit more headache later trying to do that kind of um, checking. I might need to kind of do that over and over and over again, kind of thing. And is that going? Am I going to save any kind of time with doing something along those lines? You know, um, or am I going to have to kind of do? Um, am I going to have to kind of do a typecast like right at the very beginning, like hey, um, instead of doing it like right in the while statement, like maybe I need to kind of do, take this, pull it out, put it like at the very top. So like if we have, of type human, for example, and then we can just kind of go, oh, okay, well, if it's of type human, then we'll just kind of cast it into you know, their its own kind of, um, will cast it as a human, for example, to be kind of used, you know, down below, for example, you know. But then again, you know, um, that doesn't necessarily help either, because if I'm needing to call unique functions within that particular class, then I could be causing myself a little bit of difficulty. You know, like say Ghost has a unique function that says pass through wall. Well, humans and ghouls aren't going to have that, you know, nor is goblins, so um, um, I don't know. I'll, I want to comment about that because obviously that's something that again I'm not 100% sure I really want to try to even attempt something like that, depending on the agent. So I don't want to shoot myself in the foot along those lines. Um, Trying to get the pathing to kind of work for me on along those lines. Hmm. Okay. Um, how am I going to approach this? I know that there's a solution. Obviously, the question is, what's the best solution? um, this is where inexperience kind of, you know, um, this kind of causes a problem, inexperience wise. So, hmm, is there? Hmm, I keep on, I feel like I keep on coming back to the idea of just having a unique class so that I can add in the board and the unique agent into one particular class just for pathing itself. Um, and then um, I overload the function based off of the type of agent that calls the function. Um, so so I basically have the same kind of pathing function here, but obviously the different. I have one for human, I have one for ghoul, I have one for goblin, I have one for ghost. Um, and you can do that when it comes to classes. Um, and the compiler will know which function to call based off of the input that you give it. Um, so, so for example, um, when I'm up here, in um, figuring out when I call the path for um, when I call the path for the humans, for example, then um, then I will be able to just kind of the what yeah, here, here at the update here, I was, when I call the, activate humans and whatnot, getting the path, I can basically say, okay, um, you know, instead of pathing here under like, like a human, calling its pathing function, I could do something along the lines of, um, pathing with the, human agent as a parameter in there, and the class will understand, hey, it's not calling the Google function, it's not calling the, you know, ghost function, it's not calling the goblin function, it's calling the human function, okay, based off of the parameters being passed into it. Um, and then inside that particular function, then it will handle the pathing, um, for that particular um, individual. Okay, now I could set it up so that um, um, types that have a very similar pathing to each other, human hunter and ghoul, for example, they can all kind of reference the same kind of pathing, because they're uh, but I gotta be careful with that though, because um, if while on one hand, um, if a human sees, if a human sees a, you know, resource that they don't need, or the barrier, obviously they're gonna kind of go around. Okay, same with a hunter. But if a human sees a monster, like Ghoul Ghost or Goblin, their pathing might not go in that direction for that particular monster. Okay, it may look at it and go, I don't know what to do. There's a monster right in my path. I can't move anywhere. Okay, it's the human isn't gonna walk straight into a ghoul, for example. It's like, hi, how you doing? Let me walk straight forward into my enemy, right? No, no, they're not gonna do that. They're gonna want to try to run away. And if there's nowhere to run, then obviously, the human is just gonna kind of stay in that one particular spot, okay, until the enemy um, gets done with what it needs to get done with, okay. Um, in terms of the ghoul, okay, like the the human hunter, they're gonna go after that. They're gonna go after that ghoul, okay. They're gonna run towards that ghoul, okay. So a little bit different than the construction, the workers, okay. For the humans. Okay, the hunter's going to actually go after the ghoul, whereas the human construction workers are just going to be like, hell no, I'm not going in that general direction, right? Um, the ghouls, they're going to be like looking at a barrier and going, hey, let's tear it down. That's the quickest way to get to the humans. We're going to start tearing down that barrier. Okay. Um, it's not going to say, oh, there's a barrier here. We can't get past it. We're going to have to move around. It's not going to care. It's going to be like looking at that barrier and going, yeah, that needs to come down. Okay. Um, it's going to be kind of walking in a straight line right towards a human. Okay, it sees a human, it's going to go, yeah, yeah, I want that. um, Not quite sure how I'm going to handle the monster's response to a human hunter. I'm going to assume that they're probably going to want to try to go after him as well. They're not going to like try to run away from him. They may die trying to go after the hunter, but um, but yeah. Um, hmm. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I have a funny feeling that I'm probably going to need to do a class for pathing. See what I can do is I can do something like I can do something like path class, pathing, just to call that particular method. And then when I have the human agent there, as determined, you know, up here for the for each, for example, then it's going to know that within this class, the pathing is going to, go to that particular method to determine um, like the next um, um, to not only get um, get um, the hex path for that particular agent, save that hex path for the agent, and use the special requirements for each of those particular agents. Okay, the pathing is going to be somewhat different for each of the agents, so therefore I have to kind of treat them differently. I have to kind of treat the pathing for them slightly differently. Um, oh, oh boy. Okay. This is. Oh no. I just thought of something. I just thought of something. Oh no. Oh crap. Alright. This is going to be a little bit more complex than what I was originally thinking about. Okay, so let me try to explain this. I'm boy, I'm putting a lot of workload on me. But I mean, if I want this game to be, something that I can be proud of, this is what I'm gonna have to tackle. Okay. Um, so I just realized something, and this has the potential for being a major problem. Okay, now it might not matter all that much. Okay, it might not matter all that much. Um, but here's here's the thing. Um, so the for each of the tiles that I'm dealing with, okay. Unfortunately, I can't show. Um, okay, what's going on here? There it goes. That was weird. Game manager wasn't saving right away, so that was kind of throwing me off there a little bit. Um, uh-oh, am I losing connection here? Are you is is anyone watching right now, and can you speak up? Because um, I'm kind of watching my phone slow down right at the moment. If you're in the chat, speak up, let me know. It's like around a time where my internet somehow gets kind of funky, so hmm, okay. Maybe it's just a slight spasm or something like that. I don't know. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. Okay, so um, I was already kind of talking about, hey, let's kind of create a path class. Okay, let's determine the path for this particular individual. This particular for this particular human to go um, from their current position, you know, to their destination that they want to go to, right? Okay. And that's going to be different for, everybody involved, okay? Human, hunter, ghosts or goblins, right? So here's a unique problem that I'm seeing now, okay? If if goblin and ghosts have unique D-star pathing, meaning that they're not gonna have to worry too much about, particular obstacles, okay? Um, such as, ghosts can kind of travel through force to get through the maze. If I save the path that, say, a ghost created to get to their particular destination, you know, like they're trying to head towards a human city, right? So, you know, they go from their territory, their city, okay, to the human city, okay, and they follow pretty much straight route all the way there, for example. Okay, maybe they're cutting through a lot of walls to get to the human city, right? Um, so we save that path, right there within that ghost territory, for example, so that all the ghosts can kind of follow that similar style path, right? Unless something new pops up and then they can kind of change up the path a little bit, okay, depending on what they're facing. Like maybe the human player, maybe the player put up a lot of barriers protecting against the ghosts. Okay, so now the ghosts have to kind of go around, or maybe they decide, I'm gonna go ahead and try to beat down on the barrier or something along those lines. Um, but here's a scenario. Let's just say, for some reason, you have a human that gets to that same exact spot that ghosts have been using to get to the human city, right? You know, ghosts go straight through the forest walls, right, to get to the human city. Well, what happens when a human gets to that one tile for some reason? They're going to check to see whether or not a path has been built, and they're going to look on the hex tile and see, oh yeah, a path has been made from this particular spot that I'm currently at to the destination. Say the human wants to go back to the human city for some reason, right? They got lost or they get scared to that one particular spot, right? Well, they're not going to be able to get through the forest. They're not able to kind of cut through the forest. So they're going to have to redo a D-star all over again to get back to the human city. Hmm, I don't know. I don't know if I really want to do that. Ooh. So yeah, the idea of kind of storing the paths into and for that one particular tile is that you don't have to redo the D star over and over and over again for it. Um, so um, if um, if I'm gonna be dealing with multiple different types of path, you know, like human, ghoul, ghosts, and goblins, they all have their own unique style pathing. Then how am I gonna basically be forcing more D stars to establish a pathing for that unique agent each and every single time? So, like for example, if a ghost gets closer to the human city, captures a human, and wants to go back to its home base, okay, it checks the tile that is it's standing upon, okay, and sees that it's a human path to like um, some resource that's kind of close to the ghost city, for example. Why would a ghost follow that when it could take a straight shot? See what I'm saying? I mean, if the path goes like up and all the way around to get to the human city, for a regular human, why would a ghost follow that path when they can just kind of do a straight shot all the way through? Oh boy. This is. This got complicated. This got complicated. Hmm. I mean, I could, in the hex tile, um, instead of Oh, I mean, I could do map pathing here, but I can do something along the lines of I can do map pathing human. I could do something like map pathing ghost, and so on and so forth, right? I could put multiple different paths per tile based on who has to access that particular tile for that particular path. But we're looking at um, we're looking at the idea that we're going to be expanding upon the storage space of each one of these tiles now. Because if a human, a ghost, a ghoul, and a goblin all kind of start from one particular tile space and move in a particular direction on one particular destination, then now you suddenly have an explosion of space used. Now the values aren't really being saved, isn't that expensive overall. You know, you have to kind of grant me that overall the space isn't going to be that bad. Um, but when you're looking at multiple type, when you're talking about multiple types and you're talking about multiple different paths, then like let's kind of explain it like this, right? So let's say we have the human here and they have the destination here, right? Well, let's say the path is going to be, like so, right? That's the path that I have to get from the human to its destination. Okay, so that path has to be saved on this particular tile for that particular human. Okay, to get to this particular destination. Okay, now let's say later on a ghost gets to this particular spot and wants to get to this particular tile, right? Well, why would it want to travel all the way through here to get to this particular tile when the ghost could just literally go 1, 2, 3 to get to its particular destination? Okay, so the hex tile, this tile here, I'm going to want to try to keep both of these types of paths in the tile for the um, for that particular type of agent. Human, ghost, ghouls, or goblins. Because, the paths for the human is going to be different than the ghost's path. And now you have an explosion of space requirements. Trying to store all those paths. Hmm. Another side effect is that I've already kind of talked about how um, particular resources might be fairly lethal to the ghost, for example. So they may want to kind of go up and around to get to the path or to the spot in question. They may need to kind of take a you know, wide berth to try to get um, to get to the destination. You know, maybe this entire wall right here is full of that one resource that's deadly to ghosts, for example. So they want to kind of avoid it all the way around. They may want to say, oh, no, man, I don't want, you know, I can't take this kind of path because the materials here would absolutely kill me, kind of thing. So now that they found the fact that this entire wall is basically deadly to them, they may say, okay, well, I need to go all the way around it to avoid it. So again, that's a different path than say what the humans would do. So mm, now, don't get me wrong, okay? The likelihood of um, humans getting the um, getting to a path that is originally started by monsters, probably not gonna be that high. Okay, um, you're probably not gonna like. So let me kind of show you representation here real quick before just so you understand what the heck I'm talking about here. Let me. So let's take our normal triangle, um, as I kind of normally show off um, the overall map of the game, right? Let's say you have the human city and you have the ghoul city, for example, right? Um, the the these spots over here, the ones closest to ghoul city, are will easily have the ghoul spawning and pathing from these two particular spots, to get to the human city. But these two spots here most likely will not have a human path from these two spots to get back to the human city, for example, right? You know, it'd be very odd to have a human walk all the way over to right next to a ghoul city, survive, and find a path back. Now, the human player, you know, those that are going to be playing the game, they may look at that as a challenge. They may want to do that. Okay. Um, I mean, good luck to them for trying to do that. But I mean, they may find that as a particular challenge. You know, I may put that as an achievement. Just for the hell of it. Uh, you know, have the human touch. Uh, have the human find the ghoul city. Have the human find the ghost city. Have the human find the goblin city. I mean, I could put that as like an extreme difficult challenge, like on say Steam. Okay, saying, hey, this is probably pretty. Uh, it's going to be pretty difficult for you. Because for a player, they're not going to know where the Ghoul City is going to start off at, and the path that it might take for the human player to get to the ghoul city, there's probably going to be ghouls going down that path to them. So the likelihood of actually getting there, finding the path to get to that, is going to be blocked by ghouls. And each ghoul is going to capture those humans and walk on back. So, you know, um, so the likelihood of actually getting a human to these spots of spawn for the ghouls and then finding the path back, not that high. But there has there has to be a but on that little uh, I have to clarify here. Hextile here is fairly generic. Okay, meaning that um, I'm not I'm not creating a unique class of hex tile for every single tile that's out there. So while there might not be a map pathing for human right next to the ghoul city, doesn't mean that it shouldn't be there because there might be a need for it at some point in time. Uh, crap. Okay, well, I'm I'm gonna have to close on down here, there, folks. This is definitely, I'm definitely having fighting an uphill battle just to try to get the D-star even started on this. I haven't even started the D-star pathing. Okay, just to kind of tell you how much um you know I'm putting some extra thought into this game, and I'm putting a lot of extra difficulties on my shoulders, trying to make sure that this works out as intended. Um, if I want to see this work the way I want to, the work the way I see it, I can have it visually in my mind, how I kind of want to see it. I'm probably going to need to do it this way. And that's going to just add more and more code you know, onto this game. And that's what I'm going to need to do. Okay. Um, if if I don't do it this way, then I'm changing the style of the game. So, um, I gotta get going. I got a lot to prepare for tomorrow. So, um, we're gonna need to. I'm gonna need to. I'll have to kind of come back to this video, like on Saturday night, and kind of review um, everything that I kind of talked about here at the very end. Um, otherwise I'm going to be like kind of going to um, Unity here and seeing, uh, like last week I was kind of looking at this and going, oh, okay, I only have like about 8 hours, eight errors. I'm going to be able to kind of work through those, right? Well, when I load this up back up again, I'm probably going to be looking at this and going, wait a minute, those 8 errors have now turned into 31 errors. Yeah. So I'm probably going to want to like review my videos a little bit and find out exactly uh, why my number of errors have spiked. What exactly I did. So, or I'll make a little note of it, you know, in here, um, and my problems that I'm gonna have to kind of deal with. So, but yeah, that's where we're gonna go ahead and close on down for tonight. We'll have to, I'll really have to kind of, um, unless someone comes, you know, um, if you're kind of watching this right now and you can think of a better possible solution that I might want to take up, like you're looking at this and going, Jim, instead of doing multiple different types of paths, like instead of having um, different types of the map pathing, for example, maybe you want to, um, maybe you want to put them together somehow or something along those lines, you know. Um, Maybe I want to like put together a string with the number and say like an H. So I look up the number for the destination and I look up the letter concerning the type of agent. I could do something along those lines as well. Um, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see on that. You know, um, but if there's something that you feel that I can probably do to kind of kind of maybe streamline some of the possible difficulties that I'm seeing on this, then please let me know. Okay. Obviously, I'm closing down the stream right now, so probably not a. Uh, um, I don't really have a lot of time to kind of discuss it right now, but if you want to, you can always go to my Discord and talk with me there. That would probably be the easiest um, location to kind of talk with me if you're like seeing this like right now, right during my stream. Um, if you're watching this on YouTube, then most likely I've probably already gotten past it. I've already kind of worked my way through and I've probably already gone well past this point. Um, but, but, um, there might be someone that is kind of seeing this themselves and might be seeing it as something for them to that they're considering. And if you have a better solution for them, let them know in the comments. Okay, they might appreciate it. So, um, and of course, like and subscribe for my YouTube videos. That would be helpful. So, yep, I'm shutting down the Jedi. Um, I've come to the end of my stream here. I need to close on down so I can get ready for tomorrow's workday. So, um, so, um, so we'll have to kind of tackle this again, next week to try to figure out a proper solution for it. So, um, but yeah, that's where we're gonna go ahead and close on down for now. Um, so, uh, as before, I created a stream team available for anyone that is interested, streamers and non-streamers alike. You don't have to be a streamer to be on the team. Okay, you can still help contribute to the team, so you don't have to be a streamer to do so. Okay. There's a link down below on my Twitch about page to the application for said team. Um, Now, some streamers might not realize that you can have multiple teams. You can be part of multiple teams. So if you're already on a team, that's great. No problem. You can still join my team if you want to. Okay, so you don't have to stress about that. Okay. The idea for the team that I created is for everybody to kind of help each other, to promote everybody, um, to kind of allow for some amount of, um, you know, uh, for everybody to kind of help each other out. Okay. Expand upon their channels. Okay. If you don't really care about your channel expanding, that's perfectly fine. You can still contribute to the team. You can still be, you know, you can still kind of announce to everybody, hey, this particular streamer is having a charity event. Please kind of go and, you know, promote, please go to that particular person's stream at this particular point in time and, support them for their particular charity. That's a possibility. That's something that, the team is kind of built around the concept of. Okay. Um, the application link is down below, so you can fill it out and submit it. There's also a Google document. Um, there's a link to the Google document on the application links page that explains everything about the team. So if you're kind of curious about what the team is all about, all the sub teams that are available that I've created to try to help support everybody on the team, that's all kind of described in the Google document. So it is a fairly lengthy document, I'll admit, okay, but it's meant to kind of be a solid foundation for to kind of answer any questions that someone might have. Does it answer all questions? Of course not. But it's meant to try to give us, a basic understanding of what everything is supposed to do. So, um, and it's uh, and the team is adjustable and flexible. It's meant to change over time. Um, so don't think that it's, rigid in place. Okay. I'm, I understand that things can change over time. So it's meant to allow for that kind of change. Um, so feel free to check it out if you're interested. Um, if you have any kind of questions or concerns about it or something like that, then reach out to me on Discord or Twitter. Let me know. Hey, I'm a little concerned about this particular subgroup or this particular subgroup of the team, or what do you mean when you mentioned this particular phrasing on for this one particular team or subgroup. Um, you know, I don't mind talking about it. So, um, so feel free to check it out. Submit your application. I'll review it. Or, if the team grows, there might be some other individuals that might be reviewing those applications themselves. Okay. And if you hold to those ideals that the mission, that the team has, the mission statement for the team, then there won't be any problems with you entering a team. So, um, the individuals that the team has a bit of a problem with are the ones that don't care about anyone else. Okay, they're the ones that um, they're rude to other streamers. They don't care about other streamers. They're just in it for themselves. Not a great fit for the team. So, um, you know, not only do we encourage your individual growth, but we encourage group growth as well. So, um, we want you to succeed, and we want everybody on the team to succeed as well. So, if you hold to that, then you are welcome. So, but that's where we're going to go ahead and call it for the night. So all these streams, all these videos are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you like. Got a link down below for that. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch About page, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So feel free to check those out if you like. I have a schedule that everything I do down below on my Twitch About page. That schedule is going to be changing tomorrow. Going to be taking a couple of days off during the week, as well as changing what days, um, what I'm doing on certain days. I'm still, someone put in a request to have World of Warships not on Wednesday, but on Saturday and Sunday, because of the fact that um, they want to join me in World of Warships, and well, uh, by the time 2 o'clock rolls around my time, it's 11 o'clock their time, so 11 p.m. their time. So it's not as easy for them to do. So, um, but then again, I may hold to the Wednesday anyway. Traditional Wednesday warships. Um, and I may just kind of maybe play with a mob stream. If I do something like that, then I probably will consider may record those videos and maybe save them to my Patreon. Maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I'm still kind of thinking it through right at the moment. So, um, so Saturday and Sundays, I'm going to be holding it to the time of 2 to 6 p.m. PST. Um, right now, for Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm looking at a potential 4 to 8 p.m. PST um, stream time. So, um, so yeah, that's where we're gonna kind of look at and do um, for our for the upcoming schedule. So, but yeah, that's where we're gonna go ahead and call it for the night. I think I've covered pretty much everything that I wanted to cover. So, shout outs to everybody that stopped on by today. Jedi, thank you for doing that, as well as Kaiser. Um, thanks for stopping on by and chatting with me. I appreciate that, guys. Um, hopefully, I'll see you next time. But that's where we're going to go ahead and call it for the night. So, thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll catch you next time. But until then, have a good night. Stay healthy, stay safe. And I'll catch you strangers next time.